So welcome all participants. We still have many seats available at your right-hand side and some at the left-hand side of the ballroom. So we have over 600 people today, and that couldn't help me so excited this morning. Okay. Okay. Should I say Thai เราพูดเป็นภาษาไทยบ้างดีกว่าไหม ค่ะสวัสดีผู้เข้าร่วมทุกท่านนะคะขอให้ทุกท่านเดินเข้ามาในห้องประชุมนะคะตอนนี้เรายังมีที่ว่างด้านขวาอีกจำนวนมากนะคะ Ladies and gentlemen, we still having available seats available at the right hand side of the ballroom. So now we pretty having many, no? ค่ะขอเชิญผู้เข้าร่วมทางด้านหน้าเข้ามาในห้องประชุมได้แล้วนะคะเรากำลังจะเริ่มพิธีการในอีกประมาณ8นาทีนะคะ I would like to welcome everyone at the lobby to get in this ballroom and get settled. Please find your seats. Our ceremony will start in 10 minutes. So as of now, we're still having some time available. If you would like to share how to say hello in your language, please feel free to help me greeting people from the stage. I will start again. สวัสดีค่ะ Let's try together. สวัสดีค่ะ or สวัสดีครับ Okay, there's still many seats available. Okay, can you show me where is the delegates from South Korea? Where are you? The delegation from Japan, from Malaysia, from Laos, from Myanmar, Mingalabashin, from Thailand. Thank you. Indonesia. Thank you. Philippines. Magandang umaga po. Any countries that I haven't yet named? Many. Vietnam. Hello. So welcome everyone to the ballrooms. We still have some seats available over there at the right hand side. So dear the usher from the lobby, please help finding seats for our participants. There's still many seats available now ขอเรียนเชิญผู้เข้าร่วมเข้าห้องประชุมนะคะตอนนี้เรายังมีที่นั่งว่างนะคะในทางด้านขวาของห้องประชุมนะคะแล้วส่วนหนึ่งทางด้านซ้ายนะคะรบกวนเจ้าหน้าที่ช่วยนำทางผู้เข้าร่วมด้วยนะคะ So dear participants, if you need any assistance, our IUCN staff is around the room. Please feel free to ask for any assistance if you would like any help. Okay, I will start then. Okay, Okay, everyone, please get seated. Now our ceremony is about to start. We are quite over time now, so please be seated and get comfortable before we start the agenda.ค่ะทางสตาฟด้านหน้าห้องนะคะรบกวนช่วยนำทางผู้เข้าร่วมเข้าสู่ห้องประชุมด้วยนะคะพิธีการจะเริ่มภายใน4นาทีนี้นะคะรบกวนช่วยนำทางผู้เข้าร่วมเข้าสู่ห้องประชุมด้วยค่ะ Dear IUCN staff in front of our ballroom, please assist the participants to find seats in the ballroom. We still have many seats available. Welcome everyone to the ballroom. So before we start the sessions, may I inform that we will start with the security briefing. The safety is the first priority when we gather in the large gathering. So please join us. This is a very important topics we have to cover this morning.ไม่ทราบว่าทางด้านหน้าห้องประชุมยังมีผู้เข้าร่วมอยู่ทางด้านหน้าห้องประชุมอีกจำนวนมากไหมคะค่ะขอรบกวนเจ้าหน้าที่ช่วยนำทางผู้เข้าร่วมเข้าสู่ห้องประชุมด้วยค่ะ I think we are almost ready. Okay. Are you ready? Please give me a big clap, big hands if you are ready. We are about to start. Perfect. Okay. สวัสดีค่ะ Hello, good morning once again. So allow me to introduce myself a little bit. My name is Joy Chodvijit. So I am thrilled to be your MC for the inaugural sessions for the regional conservation today. Before we dive into our program, I would like to take a moment to address an important topic that is fundamental for us. So we will start our security briefing now. So it is the standard procedure to do a security briefing in any large gathering. So now may I invite Kun Vichit for the security and protocol briefing. So the floor is yours, Kun Vichit.
Sawasdee krab. Good morning, everybody. My name is Vichit from Loss Prevention Department in Royal Orchid Sheraton. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Royal Orchid Sheraton in the name of Marriott Standard. We have the life and safety system to brief you. Let me introduce you about our system today for that could join comment for the first time that we're gathering together so many people here and you are very important. So our hotel care about the safety that we take it a first priority. Okay. In case of emergency, we have the exit style. You have to follow, walk fast but not run. Now you're on the second floor. We call the ballroom. The nearest route is about the exit number 5 and number 1. They're going to lead you to the ground floor, and our associate will lead you or guide you to the assembly point. This is the ground floor. One of you may lead to the lobby or the ground floor to escape from the building. Many of you will, who stay with us in front of your front door in the room, we're going to show you the fire escape route also. You can follow that too. The assembly point is not in our area. It's another building next door called the River City. That's the associate and our staff will guide you or lead you to there. That is from our escape route. And in our property, we cover all area from the CCTV, operate 24/7, and we have the 5 life safety. We have the smoke detector, heat detector to cover all area. Today, we not have any fire drill or practice for emergency. So if you hear the alarm or in case of emergency, please follow the exit style. So, any question? I hope you look familiar with that and understand that. Okay. If no a question, so thank you very much and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kun Vichit. So at the RCF Asia, we are committed to providing a safe and respectful environment for all participants to ensure that everyone can fully engage and contribute without fear or discomfort. This event is protected under the provisions of our anti-harassment policy and procedures. If you have any questions about our policies or need further information, don't hesitate to contact Mr. Paramuti, Head of Human Resources for IUCN Asia and Oceania. We are here to support you and ensure a welcoming environment for all. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Let's work together to make this event a positive and enriching experience for everyone. So we would like to inform everyone that there will be photographers capturing moments throughout the event. Additionally, please be aware that journalists will be present in some sessions to cover the event. These photos, videos, and reports will be shared across various platforms. And we appreciate your understanding and cooperation. And if you have any questions, please feel free to approach one of our staff members. So since we still have some time before we entering the main stage. Okay, so we have now concluded the security briefing, and it is time to begin our inaugural sessions. So I am pleased to inform that our chief guests have arrived at the venue along with our other distinguished speakers. So please join me in extending a warm welcome to them as we commence this special event together. So welcome everyone again to the inaugural sessions. To set the tones, we have prepared a special video that captures the spirit of this event and the important works we are here to accomplish. So let's take a moment to immerse ourselves in this message. Please turn your attention to the screen and enjoy. Thank you.
ในนามของกรมอุทยานแห่งชาติสัตว์ป่าและพันธุ์พืชและประธานคณะกรรมการ IUCN ประเทศไทยมีความยินดีต้อนรับทุกท่านที่เข้าร่วมการประชุม Asia Regional Conservation Forum ครั้งที่ 8 การประชุมครั้งนี้ถือเป็นโอกาสสำคัญที่ทุกท่านจะได้แลกเปลี่ยนมุมมองและร่วมกันแสวงหาวิธีการแก้ปัญหาใหม่ๆที่ทำให้เราสามารถปกป้องธรรมชาติของโลกใบนี้ได้อย่างมีประสิทธิภาพมากยิ่งขึ้น
ในฐานะที่เป็นสมาชิกหนึ่งของ IUCN ขอกราบต้อนรับแทนประเทศไทยที่ทำหน้าที่เป็นเจ้าภาพในการจัดงาน Asia Regional Conservation Forum ครั้งที่ 8 ในครั้งนี้ขอให้เพื่อนๆมีความสุขของการพูดคุยได้รับบทเรียนได้ไอเดียต่างๆความคิดต่างๆเพื่อนำไปใช้ในการปฏิบัติเพื่อให้เกิดผลที่เป็นบวกกับทรัพยากรธรรมชาติของเรา
ในฐานะองค์กรภาคีที่ร่วมดำเนินโครงการ Urban Resilience ร่วมกับ IUCN สถาบันสิ่งแวดล้อมไทยอยากจะให้สมาชิก IUCN ร่วมกันผลักดันให้สังคมและผู้มีอำนาจในการกำหนดนโยบายทั้งในระดับชาติและในระดับท้องถิ่นได้เห็นความสำคัญของ Blue and Green Infrastructure ในพื้นที่เมืองเพื่อที่จะช่วยสนับสนุนให้กับเมืองได้พร้อมรับปรับตัวให้กับการเปลี่ยนแปลงสภาพภูมิอากาศ
เนื่องจากเราอยู่ในเซกเตอร์ของ Food and Beverage เรามีการร่วมงานกับ IUCN มาเกือบ3 ปีนะครับก็คาดหวังว่าทาง IUCN เนี่ยจะเป็นพาร์ทเนอร์ที่สำคัญแล้วก็ให้องค์ความรู้ทำงานร่วมกับทาง CP เนี่ยแล้วก็สร้าง Impact สร้างผลกระทบเชิงบวกเนี่ยให้กับสิ่งแวดล้อมให้กับชุมชนรวมถึงเรื่องของความหลากหลายทางชีวภาพไปอีกนาน
I would like to welcome you all to Bangkok and of course to RCF. The theme of RCF this year is Reimagining the Future. What can we reimagining together? The first one is conservation and the second one is the IUCN as the union. And there are several sections that you can really enjoy. How is the knowledge as much as you can. And it's a good opportunity to network with many other excellent people from around the world. And I wish you a really great success at the RCF and all the best for all participants. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Now we have the pleasure of welcoming several esteemed guests today. I would like to kindly request Dr. Dindo Kampilan, IUCN Regional Director for Asia and Hub Director for Oceania, to guide our distinguished guests to the stage, please. Our guests include Dr. Gretel Aguilar, Director General of IUCN, Mr. Thaleng Sak Petsuwan, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Government of Thailand, Mr. Attapon Chareun Chansa, Director General, Department of National Parks, Wildlife and Plant Conservation, Mr. Pornprom Wikit Seth, Advisor to the Governor of Bangkok, Bangkok Metropolitan Administration, Professor Ma Keping, IUCN Counselor and Chair of the Asia Regional Members Committee, and His Excellency Mr. Pedro Swallen, Ambassador of Switzerland. Thank you and welcome to the stage. To begin our sessions, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Dindo Kampilan to deliver the welcome remarks. Dr. Kampilan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joy. Kapun Ka. I cannot begin to express how proud and grateful I am to see all of us here today. I mean, just consider the RCF numbers. There are over 650 registered participants in this room. A few weeks ago, we had a discussion with the governor of Bangkok. We said, well, maybe 200, 300. This is by far the largest of the RCFs that IUCN is doing this year by any single region. There are 364 organizations from 31 countries here today. Of the region's 295 members of IUCN, over 80% are also here. In total, there are over 500 participants representing our IUCN members and also commissions. Now, besides those representing the IUCN constituency, about 1/3 here are actually external to the union, coming from the academia, government, private sector, and they are here to learn and observe how the union works, with a view to potentially becoming a member or a partner. So it's also welcome all of them. But I am even more grateful that joining us today in this milestone for IUCN Asia, our special guests representing the pillars of the RCF and also of IUCN. Our IUCN President, Ms. Razan Al-Mubarak, is joining us remotely. And we have here IUCN Director General, Dr. Gretel Aguilar, our Chair of the IUCN Asia Regional Members Committee, representing our 23 statutory countries, and also Counselor, Professor Ma Keping from China, our Chief Guest from the Government of Thailand, representing the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Mr. Thaleng Sak Petsuwan, our RCF 2024 co-organizer and chair of the National Committee of IUCN members in Thailand, the Department of National Parks, Wildlife and Plant Conservation, Director General, Mr. Atapo Charkhonsunsa. And of course, we are in Bangkok, so we also have here the city government of Bangkok, the home of RCF 2024, and the Bangkok Metropolitan Administration, Mr. Pornprom and his Wikit Seth, the advisor to the governor of Bangkok on environmental affairs, and the ambassador to Thailand, Cambodia, and Lao PDR from the host country of IUCN's home in Switzerland, His Excellency Mr. Pedro Swallen. In IUCN's 76-year history, The Regional Conservation Forum, the RCF, began as a very simple statutory event, primarily for union constituents, members and commissions, to convene and prepare 1 year prior to the World Conservation Congress. Since then, the RCF has grown and evolved into a regional platform for the broader and more diverse conservation community, a much anticipated bucket list event happening once every 4 years. Since the last World Congress in Marseille, France, in 2021, all roads now lead to Abu Dhabi next year for the 2025 World Conservation Congress. And in the run-up to WCC, this year we are organizing a series of 9 RCFs around the globe. We started in Mexico City for the Caribbean and Central America. We were in Nairobi for Pan-Africa and Mediterranean. 2 weeks ago, we were in Washington, D.C. for North America and the U.S. So this is just the 4th. There are 5 more coming up before end of this year. Now, speaking of the Asia RCF, this is the 8th edition as we create and become part of the RCF history in this region. It has been 26 years since the first RCF in Asia was held in 1998. I actually wonder how many of you were there, 1998, 26 years ago. I'm not sure if you all know where we were in 1998. Can you make a guess? Which country hosted the first RCF? No, I'm actually looking for His Excellency, Ambassador Datuk Judy Samuel, if you're here. Malaysia hosted the first RCF in 1998. It was held in Kuta Kinabalu. And since then, several other countries have hosted it. We've been to Sri Lanka, in Colombo, in Delhi, in India. We were in Kathmandu, Nepal. We were in Incheon, South Korea. And the last one, just before COVID, was in Islamabad. Try to remember, how many RCFs have you joined? Looking back from 1998. So maybe before we begin, before we continue, if you have been to at least 4 of the 8 RCFs, including this one, could you please stand and be recognized? 4, at least 4. Thank you very much. This is also the second time that Thailand is hosting the RCF. And we are grateful, of course, to Monre and to DNP, the Government of Thailand, for making it happen. So as we gather for the next 3 days and pause for everyday work in nature conservation, we recognize that we come from different contexts and different countries, bringing our own stories of conservation, bringing our own concerns about nature and biodiversity. So what brought us all here to this year's RCF? It's not only because we have a common love for Thai food, experiencing Thai culture, or taking the boat across the Chao Phraya and go shopping. We are here driven by our common passion. First, we believe in the power of the union, in the strength that comes from our diversity, and in the unity that radiates from IUCN's One Union program. We dream of a nature-positive world, one where amidst all of the socioeconomic and political noise, we can navigate towards a future that not only heals the planet, but also makes it a thriving place for humanity, fauna, and flora. We acknowledge that more needs to be done in knowledge co-creation, policy reforms, capacity strengthening, investment finance, and in fostering broader collaboration. We promise to keep our minds open as we revisit the philosophy behind and the founding principles of IUCN. As we take stock, we question, we recalibrate our notion of the success for an effective, relevant, and meaningful union. Finally, we take responsibility for handing a better world to the next generation, those who will be at the peak of their lives by mid-century and could benefit or suffer from IUCN's 20-year vision consequences. And that is why we have the youth fully engaged with us in this RCF, because we simply cannot let them down. So we are here because we believe, we dream, we acknowledge, we promise, and we take responsibility. That's so over the next 3 days, we are determined to make this RCF truly purposeful, driven, and transformative, even paving the way for disruptive innovation. And with all this, I truly have the great honor of welcoming you all to a reimagined RCF. Kapun ka.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kampilan. Now it is time for Bangkok Metropolitan Authority to welcome you all to this city. May I welcome Mr. Ponprom Wikitset, Bangkok Metropolitan Administration, to welcome our guests to the home of the RCF 2024. Please, thank you.
Dr. Grethel Aguilar, Director General of IUCN, Mr. Leungsak Petsuwan, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Government of Thailand, Mr. Pedro Sualen, Ambassador of Switzerland, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Governor of Bangkok, Dr. Chachat Sithipan, and the Metropolitan Administration, I am honored to join the opening of the 8th IUCN Asia Regional Conference Forum. We are very delighted that you have selected Bangkok as the location for this event. The key theme for our administration is to make Bangkok a livable city for all. There are two key parts of this short sentence. Firstly, livable, meaning that we do not only strive for economic progress, but a balanced growth between good environment, such as clean air and water, and also social cohesion. Second, the for all part, focusing on a city that is not only for the few, the wealthy, or those with resources, but for everyone. To achieve this, we must have a clear vision and set ourselves ambitious goals. This includes plan to reduce carbon emissions by 19% by 2030 and to achieve net zero targets in 2050, as well as developing other strategies such as waste management, air quality, green space, and biodiversity promotion. Next, we must translate these goals into real actions. For example, we have a campaign to plant 1 million trees in the city and also to add 500 pocket parks within 4 years. For waste management, we also aim to reduce the amount of waste going to landfill from today at 50% to less than 20% by 2026. Achieving this, however, is not a one-man job. It requires collaboration. We would like to invite all government agencies, international organizations, private sector, NGOs, public to join this collaboration effort. In closing, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizers, the 8th IUCN Asia Regional Conference Forum, and all stakeholders involved who have made this program possible. May the outcome of this program help us build a resilient cities and ultimately a more sustainable future. And last of all, I hope you enjoy your stay in the city of Bangkok. Thank you very much. สวัสดีครับ
ขอบคุณค่ะ Thank you very much, Mr. Ponprom. Next, we are honored to have and to hear the message from Ms. Razan Al Mubarak, the President of IUCN. May we kindly have Ms. Razan join us on the screen.
Welcome and thank you for being here. It's a great honor to welcome you to the Asia Regional Conservation Forum, leading us towards the 2025 World Conservation Congress in Abu Dhabi. I am deeply grateful for this opportunity to connect with all of you in Bangkok. This forum is an opportunity to align our strategies, share our insights, and prepare for the global stage in 2025. Each region of IUCN will help shape our collective approach to nature conservation. IUCN's strength lies in bringing together diverse voices, civil society, governments, women, youth, and indigenous peoples to address the intertwined challenges of biodiversity loss and climate change. It is this unique collaboration that drives our success. At the COP28 climate conference in Dubai last December, we succeeded at placing nature at the center of the climate crisis. For the first time, there was a goal to end deforestation by 2030, in addition to highlighting the pivotal role of indigenous peoples. This balance reflects the global momentum towards acknowledging the health of our planet and the wisdom of those who have stewarded it for generations. Furthermore, given the crucial role of indigenous peoples in conserving our natural and cultural heritage, your discussions over the next few days are vital in realizing our collective call for environmental and social justice. As we engage in this year's critical UN conventions on biological diversity, climate change, and desertification, the role of IUCN in championing multi-level action, nature conservation, and the inclusion of indigenous insights is imperative. Our voice is crucial in leading the charge for a sustainable and equitable future for all. Our diversity is our strength, and our unity gives us the power to forge a path towards a sustainable future. Thank you for your commitment and for being here today. Let's make it count. Together, let's make a difference.
A round of applause. So now I would like to invite Dr. Gretel Aguilar, Director General of IUCN. Please welcome Dr. Aguilar for her remarks.
Good morning, dear IUCN members, IUCN Commission chairs, vice chairs, members of IUCN National and Regional Committee, colleagues, friends. It is really a great pleasure for me to be here with all of you and have the opportunity to reimagine conservation in Asia and to work together towards a nature-positive future. When I see Asia, what I see is a region full of incredible people. I see innovation, I see development, I see opportunities. I see a great potential for a diverse and promising future. And that future is in your hands. There is no doubt. Let me begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to all of you, the almost 300 members in Asia who represent one of the largest continents in our union. I am also heartened to see so many participants here that are not IUCN members. There is no doubt that your commitment here to IUCN in Asia is really having an impact in IUCN. The effective efforts of each of you undertake to advance the vision of a just world that values and conserves nature are really seen everywhere. Let me now give some thanks. You know, when you go to the house of somebody else, you give thanks first. So let me give thanks first of all to Mr. Talik Suk Pen Suwan, Deputy Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of the Government of Thailand, Mata Pon Arrenchasa, Director General of the Department of National Parks, Wildlife and Plant Conservation, Government of Thailand. Thank you very much. My hearted thanks to Mr. Pompre Wiki Set, Advisor of the Governor of Bangkok on Environmental Affairs, Bangkok Metropolitan Administration. My dear Make Pin, where are you, Make Pin? Yes, Council member, but also Chair of IUCN Asia Regional Members Committee. council members who are sitting here in first row, thank you very much. You will hear from them during the RCF presenting program, 20-year strategic vision. And I have to say here, and after, of course, hearing the words of the IUCN President, Razan Al-Mubarak, that I am very privileged to have such a good council and such a strong president. So I really want to thank the council. It's not every day that a DG can say this. So thank you very much. Also, let me thank the representatives of the diplomatic corps, the international organizations based in Thailand, ministers and respected delegates from IUCN Asia. I would like to start by beginning, by saying that Asia really is an incredible partnership. We are in partnership here in Asia, and that's what makes IUCN possible here. I am heartfelt that and my thanks go, first of all, to the Government of Thailand for providing a home to do this 8th IUCN Asia Regional Conservation Forum, but also for hosting the IUCN Asia Regional Office for over 2 decades. We have been here for 20 years in Thailand with our regional office. We are deeply grateful also to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Thailand for co-hosting the event and also for taking care of many parts here in Thailand, but also to host the National Committee of IUCN members in Thailand and in its role of co-organizing it. I also want to highlight the significant involvement of the private sector in this RCF. One example of this is Toyota Motor, who has been supporting us for this, and thank you very much, Mr. Pranganesh, for the support of Toyota. But in general, I want to say that, of course, we cannot come to Asia and not talk about the private sector. The private sector has a key role in this region, and of course, we look forward to engage with the private sector in positive action, in helping, supporting the private sector to do the things right, because this is what we need all around the world, and especially here in Asia. Now, let me also reiterate that Asia is a region of immense diversity. Wherever in its culture, or people, or landscape, you are amazing. This is a region of rapid growth and a profound transformation. And as you all know, this growth brings both opportunities and challenges. While development can lift millions of people out of poverty and bring about significant improvements in living standards, if not done well, it can also have far-reaching impacts on our environment and biodiversity. As a conservation union, we must ensure that the pathway to development is sustainable and equitable. We cannot afford to overlook the delicate balance between progress and conservation, especially here where such incredible and unique biodiversity and natural resources coexist with people that depend on this nature. This region is a home of 23 statutory countries within IUCN. It's a mosaic of cultures, languages, and ecosystems, each contributing to rich biodiversity that is our shared heritage and responsibility. Recent global developments have given us new tools and targets to guide effort. But let's not forget, and of course you cannot forget because you are here, are from Asia, that Asia is also a place of innovation, is a place of development, is a place of great minds, is a great where technology is growing so fast and so quick because you are leading the way. And that comes with, I see from outside, I'm not Asian, and when I see Asia, I see the world going so fast, no? And you are innovating so quickly. Technology is at the tip of your hands. And at the same time, I see, well, let's do this well, because Asia is definitely and can definitely lead the way in the right way. You here also approved not so long ago the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework in China. And today that is a beacon of hope. Many countries, of course, are taking actions towards complying with that agreement. And in particularly, many countries in Asia has joined the effort of conserving 30% of terrestrial inland water, coastal and marine areas by 2030. I was talking here in the way to this room with the head of national parks here, and he told me that here in Thailand they're already in 28%, so very, very close to be the 30% that nations agree, with more than 100 protected areas. So this is amazing already. So as we gather here for this Asia Regional Conservation Forum, let us remember that this is not just a meeting, this is not just a forum, but the beginning of a vital process. What you are going to do here during these next days is to shape IUCN future. It's not less than that. And let me tell you why. This is not just another forum. What you have in your hands here is the 20-year strategic vision, the next program for the next 4 years, starting in 2026. I don't remember when IUCN, did the last strategic vision. And I have been in IUCN quite long. So this is the first time that you members, in a very long time, will have a say in the future of IUCN. You can shape IUCN. You can say where we need to go. Because at the end, you at the World Conservation Congress, you are the ones who, in a very democratic process, agree on the future of this organization. And this organization is composed by all of you, governments, non-governmental organizations, indigenous peoples, subnational governments. There is no other union like IUCN. You have to be sure of that. There is no other union as IUCN. We are the only ones who can combine for, such a mission, to conserve nature. Governments, civil society, indigenous people, subnational governments. So imagine, now you're going to discuss the 20-year strategic vision. You're going to discuss a program that you need to approve in October 2025 in the World Conservation Congress. And on top of that, you are going to talk about the resolutions that you will bring to the Congress. And those resolutions normally, and quite often, mark the path for environmental international policy decisions. So once at a time, you discuss biodiversity, and then the Convention on Biological Diversity was born. You also discuss wetlands, and then we saw the Ramsar Convention come alive. What are you going to discuss next October? What do we need? What Asia needs? That is why this RCF is so important. And as Asia undergoes rapid change, the voices of its IUCN member, you, are more crucial than ever. Your priorities, experience, and perspectives will help inform the global agenda, ensuring that our resolutions, the ones that I was just referring to, are grounded in reality and tailored to the needs of our diverse world and tailored to the needs of Asia. I think that is very important. So I urge you, wherever you are from, South Asia, Southeast Asia, Northeast Asia, to speak up. We value your insights and experiences, and we want to hear from you. So This RCF is unique, not only because we will discuss together and we will shape the future of our union, but because it's an unprecedented opportunity to chart the course for the future for IUCN, and your inputs again are essential. Now, let me ask all the young people in this room that are less than 35 to stand up. And I saw them, many in that corner when I entered the room. Yes, yes. I'm very, very happy to see so many. I think the regional office did a good job bringing so many youth to the table. You know, the young leaders in this forum, I have here in my speech that they are the next generation, but I'm going to correct when I'm reading this. I don't think they're the next generation. I think they are the generation because they're here. And I saw them yesterday practicing for today. And and it was very, very nice. But I do believe that we need to bring the bright minds, the new minds, the fresh minds to our discussions. Not to have them, in a separate group discussing among them. I think that they have to be part of our discussions, sitting at the same rooms. And because they will bring fresh ideas, I'm sure. There are things that I cannot do today that my own sons can do very quickly. So I just think that if we embrace this generation of young people, together we will do much better. I do believe in intergenerational way of working, because that's the only way, the minds of people like me who are a little bit older, and you minds of many of you, different ages, that's what makes us incredible. The fusion of young and old and in the middle, that's what makes us part of humanity, and together we do much better. Let me also share a few announcements. So, the IUCN Academy, the colleagues from the IUCN Academy is here. They're here, and in the RCF, they will feature a learning zone where you can engage with inspiring lectures from leading academics and participate in hands-on sessions to learn how to use various IUCN's tools and knowledge tools. So that the tools that we have generated through commissions, and I know that there are at least 2 chairs of commissions here, the tools that commissions generate, you can learn more about that in the learning zone of the IUCN Academy. I also encourage you all to take full advantage of these opportunities. There will be also, I think it's a booth outside for the Contributions for Nature platform. And let me explain a little bit, because this is very important. You members, you ask us to do this platform, this electronic platform, where all the members in the world of IUCN, 1,400 members, can put what you're doing. So if you are a non-governmental organization, an NGO, or if you are a government, then you can put some of the information of the things that you are doing to conserve nature, and that will be reflected in a map. And the idea is that by the Congress, we can see IUCN as a union. What is our impact? What are we doing in Asia? So we need you to put your contributions there so that Asia can look strong and that we can show what IUCN is doing in Asia. And hear me here. When I say IUCN, it's not IUCN Secretariat. It's IUCN. IUCN is IUCN members, IUCN commissions, and of course IUCN Secretariat. But IUCN is not just the Secretariat. We support the members. Our role as a secretariat is to support you and to support the work of the commissions. So I want to really ask you, when you get a chance, to go out and really put your inputs in that platform. It's very easy. You don't need a lot of things, and then you will help us to get to the Congress in Asia being looking very, very strong with what we do here and what you do here in Asia. So let me also, on behalf of the IUCN family, reiterate my thanks to all of you, the work of the Asia Regional Members Committee and the national committees. This is essential. I know that many of the presidents of the national committees are here. Make Pin from the regional committee, very strong committee. And I want to thank you all. I know that you're discussing how to strengthen national and regional committee, so this is important. Please know that you are indeed a force, and you decided many years back to congregate as national and regional committees, and we want to support that. By finishing, let me also say that I'm very excited working together with many people, IUCN family, in preparing for the World Conservation Congress. This is very incredible. We're going to go to Abu Dhabi next year, and we will bring the voices from IUCN all over the world. So be prepared, engage. We are navigating towards that goal, and please join us in raising your voices. So let me finish with one thought. We have much to do, there is no doubt, much to create, dreams to achieve. And here in Asia, a region where people strive for growth and innovation every day, I know we can achieve a sustainable and diverse future, leading the way for many around the world. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. ขอบคุณค่ะ Dr. Aguila, for your motivating message. So leading the change in the conservation of Thailand's rich biodiversity, it is my honor to invite Mr. Attapon Charan Chansa, Director General of the Department of National Parks, Wildlife and Plant Conservation, Government of Thailand, to deliver a speech. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Charan Chansa.
Thank you. Good morning, Sawadee Krab, distinguished guests, respected colleagues, and dedicated conservation partners. It's with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the 8th IUCN Asia Regional Conservation Forum. This meeting is a significant opportunity for us to reflect on our achievements and forge new paths in our shared mission to protect the natural world. At the heart of our efforts to conserve biodiversity and protected area and other effective area-based conservation measures, OECM. These areas serve as crucial sanctuaries for many species and ecosystems, playing a vital role in maintaining the balance of nature and ensuring the provision of essential ecosystem services that sustain life on Earth. In Thailand, our commitment to biodiversity protection is demonstrated through our extensive network of protected areas, complemented by OECM, that provide additional conservation and protection across various landscape and coastal regions. However, the challenges we face in conserving this area are complex and multifaceted. Addressing this challenge requires a collaborative approach where expertise and resources are pooled from various agencies and sectors. The intensive efforts by the Department of National Park, Wildlife and Plant Conservation in conserving protected areas across the country are not enough to safeguard our natural resources and biodiversity for the present or future generations. This is why collaboration among key agencies such as the Office of Natural Resource and Environment Policy and Planning, the Royal Forest Department, the Department of Marine and Coastal Resources, the Department of Water Resources, and the Department of Climate Change and Environment is essential. Our cooperation ensures that our conservation strategy are comprehensive, well coordinated, and effective. Our collective efforts enabled us to better manage Project Alice and OCM, tackle threats such as climate change and habitat loss, and ensure that our conservation policy and forward thinking is inclusive. As we come together in this forum, I encourage all of us to continue fostering collaboration, sharing knowledge, and exploring new solutions that will enable us to protect the natural world more effectively. Together, we can ensure that the rich biodiversity of our planet is preserved for future generations. I wish you all a productive and inspiring meeting. Thank you very much.
ขอบคุณค่ะ Thank you very much Mr. เจริญชันษา As Thailand commits to ambitious goals for a nature-positive future, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome our chief guest, Mr. Taleungsak Petsuwan, Deputy Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Government of Thailand. Please join me in giving him a warm welcome.
Her Excellency Sayyida Rishwana Hassan, Minister of Environment, Forest, Climate Change, Bangladesh. His Excellency Tariq Ibrahim, Minister of Climate Change, Environment and Energy, Maldives. Dr. Gretel Aguilar, IUCN Director General. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and friends in conservation. สวัสดีครับ On behalf of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, it is my great privilege to address you all at the 8th IUCN Asia Regional Conservation Forum, a gathering that embodies our shared commitment to securing a sustainable and prosperous future for Asia. As we convene to discuss the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, I am delighted by the spirit of collaboration that drives our collective efforts. Asia is the land full of natural and cultural resources, which provide promising opportunities for sustainable utilization. However, the region is facing critical environmental challenges, including biodiversity loss and climate change. Thailand has put our utmost effort to strengthen our actions in achieving global goals in tackling these environmental challenges, while restoring our ecosystem by applying the biocircular green economy model to our economic development. This model capitalizes the country's strength in biodiversity and employs technology to transform Thailand to a nature-based economy. As Thailand has high density of carbon stocks, we determined to drive the use of carbon credit derived from nature-based solution as part of the mechanism to achieve carbon neutrality and net zero emission. This approach will also aim at providing adequate volume of poor pro-poor investments while fully respecting the rights of the local communities and deriving multiple ecological services. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I strongly believe that biodiversity conservation lies at the heart of our environmental agenda. It shall be managed in such a way that enhance its role in balancing our ecosystems, supporting livelihoods, and providing resilience against climate change. To ensure that conservation and utilization can and must go hand in hand. Our long-term low greenhouse gas emission development strategy outlines a clear pathway for reduction emission, enhance energy efficiency, and transition to renewable energy sources. These efforts are essential to ensure that our economic growth does not come at the expense of our environment. At the 8th IUCN Asia Regional Conservation Forum presents us with a unique opportunity to reaffirm our commitments, share our experiences, and explore new ways to collaborate for the benefit of nature and humanity. Since we have only one world, which is the home of all creation, let us seize the moment to strengthen our partnerships and accelerate our efforts toward a nature-positive future for Asia. Last but not least, I do hope that during your stay here, you will have an opportunity to visit one of our many natural parks, from the peaceful southern islands to the wild beauty of the Western Forest Complex, one of the world's last strongholds of tiger, or the natural beauty of Khao Yai National Park, which is not far from here. Thank you, and I wish you all a fruitful and inspiring forum. ขอบคุณครับ
ขอบคุณค่ะ Thank you very much, Mr. Petsuwan. It's clear that biodiversity lies at heart in our agenda. May I now invite Professor Ma Keping, Chair of the IUCN Asia Regional Members Committee and Counselor, to deliver the word of thanks. Professor Keping, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And when I listened to the interesting talk presented by our Director General, Dr. Greto Aguilar, I suddenly realized that I do not have speaking notes with me. So I just went to my room to take my computer. And I just like to do a low carbon approach, so just use the electronic documents. And ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed members, and dear friends, good morning. It's a great honor and a privilege to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you for making the inaugural session of the 8th IUCN Asia Regional Conservation Forum such a resounding success. This significant event themed Reimagining Conservation in Asia, a nature-positive future, is testament to our collective commitment to preserving the natural world for generations to come. First and foremost, I extended my heartfelt thanks to our chief guest, Mr. Thalangsam Phasuwan, Deputy Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Natural Resources and the Environment, Government of Thailand. Your keynote address was both inspiring and thought-provoking, providing us with a clear vision of the steps we need to take to achieve a sustainable future. Your presence and support underscore Thailand's commitment to environmental sustainability, and for that, we are deeply grateful. And I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to Ms. Razan Mubarak, our President of the Union, for your enlightening opening remarks. Your leadership and vision inspire us to pursue a sustainable and nature-positive future in Asia. A special thanks to Dr. Gretel Aklar, IUCN Director General, for your valuable contribution. Your strategic vision and commitment to biodiversity conservation are pivotal to the success of our initiatives. And your remarks today have provided us with invaluable guidance. Our appreciation also goes to Dr. Dindo Kaplan, IUCN Asia Regional Director, for your warm welcome remarks. Your dedication and expertise in leading IUCN efforts in Asia have been truly commendable and have laid a strong foundation for our discussions. We are grateful to Mr. Thalangsam, Director General of the Department of National Parks, Wildlife and Plant Conservation, Government of Thailand, and the National Committee of IUCN members in Thailand, our co-organizers, for the invaluable partnership and support in making this forum a reality. Your collaboration has been essential in bringing together such a diverse and passionate group of stakeholders. A heartfelt thank you to the Ministry of Natural Resources and the Environment, Government of Thailand, our co-host, for your unwavering support and hospitality. Your efforts have ensured the smooth execution of this event, and we are deeply appreciative of your contribution. Our sincere thanks to Toyota Motor Asia Company Limited, our forum partner. Your support underscores the importance of public-private partnerships in advancing conservation efforts and achieving a nature-positive future. I would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the crucial role of the IUCN Asia Regional Members Committee. This important body facilitates cooperation among IUCN members across Asia through their national committees. The power of IUCN membership as a union in shaping our programs and agenda cannot be overstated. The significant growth in membership across Asia is a clear manifestation of how much these organizations value IUCN and the collaborative strengths we bring to our conservation efforts. As chair of the regional committee, I'm deeply grateful for the support and the collaboration of all our members and the national committees. Your engagement and cooperation was vital in driving our collective mission forward and ensuring the success of our conservation initiatives in the region. To the more than 500 representatives of union constituents, partners, and supporters gathered here, thank you for your participation. Your presence and engagement are crucial in driving forward our shared mission of conservation. A special mention to the organizing committee and all the volunteers whose hard work behind the scenes has made this event possible. Your dedication and efforts are the backbone of this forum's success. As we embark on the next 3 days of discussions and deliberations, let us carry forward the momentum of today's inaugural session. Together, let us reimagine conservation in Asia and work tirelessly towards a nature-positive future. Thank you all for being here, and I wish you a productive and inspiring forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ma Keping. And now, to formally open the IUCN Regional Conservation Forum 2024, I would like to invite our chief guest, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Mr. Thalerngsak Petsuwan, and His Excellency Mr. Pedro Swalen and Dr. Gretel Aguila to perform traditional Thai custom to marking the beginning of the RCF. Okay, people, together, let's count down. Are you ready? Let's count. 3, 2, 1. Three, two, one. One more time. We do 3 times. 3, 2, 1. IUCN Asia Regional Conservation Forum 2024 is now officially open. I kindly request our esteemed speakers to take their seat off the stage as we prepare for the next segment of the Thai cultural performance. While the stage is being set, let me introduce the next highlight of our program, a traditional Thai cultural performance which brought to you by the talented group, the College of Dramatic Arts. We will start with Bupha Chat Si Phak, a floral-themed Thai dance that combines 4 characteristics from Thailand's 4 regions. Have you ever visited our north? The southern part? The eastern and the west. As our chief guest invite everyone to traveling around, we have many national parks like in all regions. And then we will follow by Natakam Pasar Ngam Trakan Silapa Thai, a sequence of 3 performances including Wai Kru, where the practice of the Thai boxing to pay respect to their masters. Nang Yai, the grand shadow play, and Khon, one of the Thailand's oldest narrative dance forms, dramatized the Ramakian. So please sit back and enjoy this vibrant display of Thailand's rich cultural heritage. Enjoy. Thank you to our wonderful performers for the captivating display. We are truly honored to have experienced such a beautiful part of Thailand culture. So as we move on to the next part of our day, I thank you, all of you, for your participation in these inaugural sessions. Now, Dr. Kampilan will escort our chief guests and speakers to explore the exhibition area. So let us kindly allow them to proceed ahead while we await for the next part of our agenda. So please, Dr. Kampilan, enjoy our exhibition.
Excuse me, may I please request everyone to be seated? The session will start really soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our session, so please take your seats. The music. Distinguished guests, their members and councillors, youth leaders, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our session on Reimagining Conservation in Asia, a nature-positive future. My name is Valérie Doutmeyer, and I'm the Director of Global Knowledge Management and Learning at IUCN, and I will be moderating this session. But before I invite our panelists on the stage, I would like to invite Dr. Gretel Aguilar, IUCN Director General, for some introductory remarks.
So, hello again. I hope you all had a good coffee or tea. This session, the next two sessions actually, will be about the 20-year strategic vision and the IUCN program. Let me just start by saying that this session called then Reimagining Conservation in Asia is very key. And this discussion will have far-reaching implications for our joint work for the future, as I mentioned in my previous speech. But let me put some context to this. We all know that we are in a triple planetary crisis. I'm not here to describe to you what the crisis is, because we all work in conservation. But maybe let me share a few figures. No, IUCN in the last update of the red list of species, we evaluated 160,000 species, and a quarter of those species are on the brink of vanishing from the wild. A quarter. That's just, I mean, if we think about, species disappearing, and as you know, that we only evaluate 160,000, there are many more that we need to do the assessments. But the figures are not really positive. Then if you look around the world, but also here around Asia, I mean, the climate change is just putting us human beings in a very difficult situation. Fires, floodings, loss of lives. So I could say that we are really suffering from climate change, and not to then start to talk about pollution and the significant impact on our health and well-being. But having said all this, I have to say the most wonderful thing, and is that we have the power to change. We do. Because if we were capable of putting humanity in this situation, then we have the immense power to change. And that is why we are here today. But this change is not just let's change, it's an emergency. We are living in an emergency situation. People might not see it, but we cannot continue just giving long speeches and talking here and there. We really need to act. There is no other way. And many of you are on the ground acting, doing what we need to do. Because time is not in our favor. We cannot wait for others to do it. Actually, we need to even go farther and cross the street and talk to other sectors. I am convinced that we cannot continue talking to ourselves. These words that I'm sharing here with you, I need to share these words with others that are not convinced, with private sector, with agriculture, with energy, with others that are not in the room or that are not convinced that we are in a crisis. So yes, we do, as humans, we have the power to change. But now we, the environmental movement, we, IUCN, we need to move faster, and we need to achieve much more. So you were convinced about this. I'm not trying here to convince you, because you were already convinced in 2021, when many of you came to the IUCN World Conservation Congress in Marseille, France, and decided to put a resolution. Well, at that point, it was a motion that became a resolution, Resolution 147, and asked IUCN to put together a 20-year strategic vision. And you were very clear. You said, that you wanted a strategic vision, but you didn't want a vision that was crafted in a desk by a group of consultants. You asked us to do a consultation process with the members. You also, by statutes, asked us to put together the next program, the quadrennial program, but guess what? The quadrennial program can only be possible if it's linked now to the 20-year strategic vision. Otherwise, we will be losing 4 years. So they need to go hand in hand. We approve the strategic vision, and then the program needs to follow what you members will decide. So, and then the other, if I have to put something more to this equation, is our mission to influence, encourage, and assist societies around the world to conserve the integrity and diversity of nature. That's what we said that we were going to do. And we also said that we're going to make sure that we use natural resources in an equitable, ecologically sustainable way. And this is what we said, and we have been saying this for many years. Another thing that we also say as IUCN is we are the voice of nature. Wonderful. So we have this powerful mission to encourage societies around the world to conserve nature, to use our resources in an equitable manner, and then we are the voice of nature. So what do we do with that? What do we do with this mission and with this power that we have? Because with power comes responsibility. So here we are. We have a draft 20-year strategic vision. Now you give us the mandate, the draft vision is there, and now it's for all of you to shape it and to say where is it that we're going so that we can have a quadrennial program. So these next sessions will be very important because you will hear from different people, from different members, what are their thoughts about this strategic vision, this program. And please, if you haven't gone through these documents, those documents are in the IUCN Engage. You can download them, you can read them, because this is what we are going to be discussing during these next days. So let me finish here just by saying that you have the power, you have the responsibility, and we have the opportunity. Time is not on our favor, so we have to move fast. This is not something that we can discuss for years to come. It's something that we have to approve in October 2025. And once approved, it cannot become a document that we put on a desk, and this is a very beautiful document that we talk from time to time. It needs to be an action-oriented strategy. And our next program needs to be as strong as ever before. Some incredible things that, for the ones who already opened the document, some incredible things are happening. We will keep in our core, function, at least that is the proposal coming from many of you. We will keep our core functions like, protecting species, protected areas, ecosystems, what IUCN is all about, because that's our strength, and that's how people know us, no? And so we will keep doing what we know how to do best. But the strategic vision is also asking us to cross the street and talk to other sectors. So It talks about food systems and agriculture and the relation with nature. It talks about green and just energy transition. It talks about sustainable cities. It talks about blue economy, the ocean. It talks about financial and economic systems. And it talks about water security stewardship. And it talks about One Health because of the COVID and the relation between humans and species. So some of you might be saying, oh, that doesn't look like IUCN. Some of you might be saying, oh, it's about time IUCN. And some of you might not, might say, well, I don't really understand where IUCN wants to go with all of this. I mean, there are minds of people in this room, but our goal is to have one single strategy and one program that will help humanity around the world to achieve what we urgently need to achieve, the well-being of people and the well-being of nature. So thank you very much, and I hope you can enjoy these 2 sessions.
Thank you very much, Gretel, for these inspiring remarks before we start our panel discussion. I will now introduce and call our panelists on stage. First of all, Dr. Sangmin Nam, Director, Environment and Development of the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Yes, please. So UNESCAP is the most inclusive intergovernmental platform in the region. It supports Asia-Pacific countries in pursuit of solutions for sustainable development, including nature-based solutions through a partnership with IUCN. So welcome to the RCF Asia, Sangmin. Mrs. Yoko Watanabe is also joining us online. Mrs. Watanabe has engaged and witnessed IUCN's work over many years. She now manages the Asia Development Finance for Environment agenda. Good morning, Yoko, and thank you for joining us today. We look forward to hearing your strategic views on the years to come for IUCN. Mr. Pras Ganesh is also joining us today. Mr. Ganesh is the Executive Vice President of Toyota Asia. Besides our partnership, Toyota has been a key ally for IUCN in Thailand and in Asia towards making nature everyone's business. Good morning, Praj, and thank you very much for joining us today. And finally, I'm very happy to welcome Mr. Kittisak Ratanagrat Jangsi, who is the chairperson for the Indigenous Peoples Foundation for Education and Environment. Good morning, Kittisak. So the IUCN 20-year vision aims for a future where people live in harmony with nature. Local communities, which you represent, serve as a frontline champion and steward of nature, and we look forward to hearing your views on the future of IUCN. So without further ado, I have a first question to ask to all 4 of you. What do you see are the critical environmental challenges for Asia in the 2 decades to come, which you believe IUCN should be tackling as part of its work?
Thank you. It's still good morning. It's 5 to 12. It's a really great honor and pleasure to speak about IUCN's strategic vision for next 2 decades. You asked me about what are the emerging environmental challenges. In fact, when I read out this document, it well address, well identify most important environmental challenges that we are facing here. And as the DG mentioned, this strategic vision identifies 8 sectors of transformation, starting with the finance, economic sector, economic systems, and climate change adaptation and mitigation, and sustainable cities, One Health, and water security, and also energy transition, and so on. So, but amongst those sectors of transformation for next 20 years, of course, everybody would agree that climate mitigation and adaptation would be most important, the challenge that we are facing here. I am representing United Nations Economic Social Commission for Asia Pacific. We call ESCAP, covering 53 countries in Asia Pacific. And out of 53, almost 45 countries announced their net zero carbon neutrality target. And also, out of 49, our regional members, 43 countries mentioned nature-based solution in their nationally determined contributions. And this is also their long-term low-emission development strategies. Like Cambodia, here Thailand, the goal for increasing their carbon sequestration capacity of nature is currently 80 million tons per year, but in order to achieve their net zero goal, needs to increase it to 120 million tons. Laos, I see participants from Laos increasing their forest coverage from 55% to 70%. So many of our countries, Asian Pacific countries, quantified their ambitious target in NDC and long-term low-emission development strategy. So now I see great potential for, so which means we are witnessing new and changing context of our work on nature conservation, biodiversity protection. So before it was more or less agenda for those conservation group, but now it's well integrated into climate agenda and sustainable city agenda and many of other agenda that we were not able to address before, especially under the umbrella of IUCN. But still, I mean, each of those 8 sectors of transformation is critical for us. But to me, what at the regional level, what would be priorities, especially you are talking about IUCN Secretariat and IUCN Union. And earlier in the morning, there was a point that it's not only Secretariat, but it's members. But when it comes to work of IUCN regional office, what would be priorities out of those 8 sectors of transformation? Certainly, it wouldn't be able to address all 8. But of course, climate mitigation adaptation would be umbrella topic amongst those 8. And then the sector of finance economic systems that is enabler to make changes in each of those sectors. So how to rearrange some hierarchy between those key sectors will be important. And then identifying region-specific priorities amongst them will be also critical. And I have a good personal relationship with Dindo and many other colleagues and have a chance to observe activities. But I also witnessed that many of our programs are based on project-based. But in order to integrate, in order to really accelerate progress in each of them, will require more moving beyond the project-based approaches, so that IUCN Secretariat especially can accommodate new partnership requests, new demands from countries and local levels. In that also this scaling up, the DG highlighted that the urgency, the time-sensitive progress that we need to make. Also, you spoke about speaking to others, not just among ourselves, speaking to others in order to make changes in that area, and action-oriented programs and visions. So all requires more enhanced, more regional and international cooperation. But IUCN, as a generator of a new knowledge, generator of a new guideline, generator of a new interlinkage between science and policy, you have a really critical role to play in integrating all those dimensions, nature agenda into each of those transformation sectors. In that regard, so you have all the nice menu, you have a good menu list about putting resources and then prioritizing among them and reprogramming your work towards those sectors will be critical. So let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sang-min. So Yoko, Sang-min mentioned climate adaptation and mitigation, sustainable cities, economic systems that must transform, new partnership, moving away from a project-based approach, and finally streamlining the nature agenda in all sectors. So already very ambitious priorities, Dindu, for your region. What would be your views on this?
Well, thank you very much for inviting Asian Development Bank here. If you can mute, I think this will be very helpful because I'm talking and hearing my voice from the plenary. But anyway, I'll continue while you're doing this. And very nice to be here. And again, sorry that I'm not being able to be there together on the panel, but very warm greetings from Manila, from Asian Development Bank's headquarters here. For a person who's been working with IUCN for a long time from GEF and UNDP and many others, it's a really great pleasure to see the 20 years strategic sort of vision from IUCN strengthening further and also holistically working on biodiversity, climate, and pollution matters, and many other issues that this region is facing. As Gretel also mentioned, the triple planetary crisis that we are facing right now globally, and also particularly hard hit in Asia, is a really critical area that I think we need to all tackle. And this is really going to be, for the next decade, an urgent mission for all of us. And I really don't think, as Gretel said, we need to repeat it. But just to remind, the biodiversity loss is a really critical issue because our economy and society really relies on nature in this region. $19 trillion US dollars, half of the GDP relies on biodiversity resources. And also pollution, the second sort of crisis, is a key issue because almost 7 million people die from air pollution. And this is not just an environment or economic issue, but it's a really human survival health issue. And also the plastic waste and the circular economy issue is a huge agenda considering the rapid economic growth that we have seen in this region. And thirdly, as already Sang-min mentioned, the climate change, both mitigation and adaptation, of course, is a key agenda that we need to tackle. And what I really wanted to emphasize here is that we really need to work in synergy for all these three triple planetary crises, and particularly the nature and climate nexus, and tackling on this issue holistically is the key challenge that we face today. And I really congratulate that the current 20 years plan really emphasize on this matter. And ADB, being a very close partner of IUCN, we're also working on an environmental action plan, which is our vision towards 2030 based on our strategic plan. And under that, we're also emphasizing this triple planetary crisis with an integrated approach. And I think in order to do that, we just don't need to work on nature positive investment as a sort of standalone, but it's really important that we work on mainstreaming biodiversity, nature, in productive sectors and work with economic and finance ministry together. And now that I'm in this position for the past year in ADB, I really see a strong sort of interest and opportunities now from Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Planning to really see how we can integrate environment and nature issues in the development planning and others. And this is really actually, with all the efforts that we made for the past decades, I really think there is a momentum and we can really tap on that and moving forward together in a holistic. But at the same time, when we're working on nature-based solution, particularly tackling both nature and climate change issue together, we still see a knowledge gap and capacity gap, as well as financial, and particularly working from the multilateral development bank perspective. We really need to scale up the finance that we have. And I'm so glad that the private sector like Toyota is there to really speak further on the sort of responsibility and interest that I've been really seeing from the private sector side to engage and invest in nature, as it is really the core of the private sector's business and the value chain and other things. So we're looking at the nature-based solutions and the need for scaling up. We have done a lot of really great work in individual countries and individual organizations, but I think this is a time that we put our force together. And so for that reason, Asian Development Bank with partners like IUCN, Agents for French Development, and many others, we have come together to develop a Nature Solutions Finance Hub. And we announced this at COP28 last year in Dubai. And we are envisioning that we will be able to mobilize $5 billion in both private and public resources so that we can work on real impactful and high impactful programs in the Asia and Pacific region and scale up the investment that we can work in synergistic way between climate and nature and pollutions and others. And I really think that with bringing in both the finance and technical partners like IUCN with rich sort of scientific knowledge and the capacity to bring in all partners, not only government, but private sector, indigenous people, local communities, CSOs, we're able to sort of bring in that clear sort of strength of partnership and buy-in to work on these issues together. And I really want to use this opportunity to thank you for this collaboration. And also we really look forward to furthering this in the coming years. And I think this can be a clear sort of vision, bringing in that knowledge gap and the finance gap and the capacity gap, working through these nature-based solutions and finance hub, we're able to address in a collaborative manner. So I'll stop here for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yoko. And thank you for mentioning knowledge and the capacity gap, which is a very dear topic to me. You really put the emphasis on a holistic approach where biodiversity, climate, pollution are dealt with together, where biodiversity is also mainstream to all sectors. So I think it's a very good introduction, Ganesh, for your intervention. What does the private sector think of this? Where do you see the priorities for the next 2 decades?
Thank you very much. And first of all, allow me to thank you all for allowing me to be in this session and for us to be a part of this really wonderful kind of regional conservation forum as well. So thank you for that. Honestly speaking, I feel like a toddler in a science convention because there is so much I have to learn from all of you. I think all of you are real experts in these areas. So in many ways, I think it's a wonderful opportunity for you to open your door and allow some private sector to join these kind of events so that we can understand a bit more about your perspective and try to see how we can consider this going forward. The second point I did want to mention is maybe from a lot of your perspective, the private sector may not be fully aligned with the intention of what you are trying to do. But allow me to state that not all private companies are like that. A lot of private companies also are very keen to think about how they can contribute to conservation or how they can contribute to environmental activities and efforts. So just to give you a brief example, as Toyota, we started working on our environmental kind of approach in the 1970s. And from the 90s, we've been working on various activities, including, of course, typically on the vehicle side, but a lot more also on the factory side or other areas. And insofar as in 2015, before a lot of other companies started focusing on this, we put out our Toyota Environmental Challenge 2050. And the key element at that time was we tried to look at 6 challenges that we have to actually focus upon in terms of even driving our business forward. And these 6 environmental challenges include vehicle CO2 reduction to 0 by 2050, but a lot more also on the plant CO2 or water conservation, including biodiversity and what we call harmony with nature. So right now, we have 3 big pillars. The first pillar, which is on carbon neutrality, the second on circular economy, and the third on nature positive as well. But the critical element that I did want to mention is as a private sector, how do we integrate all of these 3 pillars? First of all, we cannot think of them completely in isolation. We have to think about carbon neutrality, circular economy, and nature positive as a set. And second thing, we have to integrate it into our business plans. So if I look at where IUCN can also kind of fundamentally support, how do we support capacity building for private sectors to think about nature in their business planning process as well? I think a lot of companies do want to do the right thing, and a lot of the employees are, of course, significantly engaged by these areas, but maybe larger companies may have some intention or indication to be able to do some of this, but how do we get even mid-sized companies, smaller companies, to be able to plan better? So this is an area, potentially integrating these areas and supporting could be something that we think about. Another element that I did want to mention, specifically in the Asian context, we talk about Asia as a singular, but as Dr. Aguilar also mentioned, Asia is very diverse. We have the frontier Asian countries, we have emerging Asian markets, we have more developed Asian markets, and each of them may have different issues that they need to tackle. So we need to understand the reality on the ground. In Toyota, we have a saying called Genchi Genbutsu, which is basically go to the ground and see. The fundamental issue is how to move away from kind of a theory or a one-size-fits-all and understand what is the local condition and what works in that local condition, and how can we actually support that local condition by integrating local interventions, local understanding, kind of, maybe it's a good segue also to our next speaker, but how do we integrate these kind of things together? I think this is something that we also believe is extremely important, and we ourselves also strongly try to advocate. We think that if we look at the 20-year kind of plan that you have, it's a very comprehensive plan. Maybe if there's 2 things that I can maybe further, maybe just politely consider. One is how to make the content accessible to all. Means it has to be marketed in a language that is understandable to everyone. So just to take the word conservation. When we talk about nature conservation, of course, it is absolutely crucial to think about nature conservation. And I am a passionate animal lover, so we think about conservation, and we should, of course, focus upon that. But a lot of people fail to understand that it's also conservation of human species. Actually, at the end of the day, all of conservation also is absolutely critical to allow humans to survive. Nature may somehow come back, but humans will not. So that is absolutely a critical way for people to maybe switch. So we have to explain and get people to think about these indications in a bit more desperate way where they think about themselves. The second thing is, how do we encourage innovation as well? Innovation is something, and I do say maybe it's a confluence of tradition and innovation. A lot of traditional methodologies, if I look, I am from India, we have a lot of sustainable practices traditionally in our country. So how do we kind of bring this tradition back? But how then can we use technology to also integrate and make a difference? So I'll just stop over here, but thank you very much. And again, it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much, Ganesh. So, Kitisak, we just put the emphasis on the diversity of Asia and the no one-size-fits-all. The importance of the local conditions were mentioned. So, as a representative of local communities and indigenous peoples, what is your view on this? You were talking about how to make content accessible to all, how to encourage innovation, including traditional innovation. Do you think these should be the priorities from your perspective?
Thank you for allowing me to participate in this panel. In responding to your questions, for me, I think that when we're talking about the IUCN strategic plan and also the issues that I came across actually is on the just and equity conservations. I think that that issue is still very much what to call it, very much on the agenda, because if you look at this issue from the indigenous people perspective, I think that this is the key issue and fundamental issues because as you know, indigenous people, they live in various ecosystems. They also depends on the natural resources for their living, and they're also facing such kind of problems. The main thing is that the land tenure system or land rights is not yet recognized. I think that the fundamental issues for them that also making them like not really marginalized, and they're also facing a lot of problems. I think because of misunderstanding and also because of the policies that not really tackle the fundamental issue of the indigenous people. I'd like to just say something. When I talk with the communities, for them, the fundamental issues, they really, when I ask them what are the most important thing for the communities, they said that as long as they have enough food to sustain their families, they said that that's already enough. And then when we look into detail, what are the source of food for the communities? The source of food for the communities, of course, from agriculture, like paddy fields, rotational farmings, and then they also getting foods from the forest sources, and from river, from whatever that they depends on. And these are the issue they answer. And if you relate the food source, and also it also very much relevant to the natural resource and forest issue around them, because if you're taking care of good forest, the forest also give water, whatever, for agriculture. So I think that this is really key to the communities for their survival, and that's why they really like to see that the holistic approach for the conservation is not just for conservation, but also we need to take care of the livelihoods of the communities as well.
Thank you very much. You all emphasized how much we depend on nature at different levels, but I think it was transpiring from all your speeches and your remarks. So the second question would be, how can we work together to contribute to regional collaborative efforts? And what do you see in terms of critical challenges that we would be equipped to tackle together?
This UN system, we have so-called regional collaborative platform. So we have quite diverse UN entities. ESCAP is a UN secretariat body, but there are specialized agencies, program and fund. It's quite diverse, but we have our own networking among UN agencies to scale up our joint impact. So I would like to connect for this transformation sector of IUCN strategy with the UN's regional processes. First, when it comes to climate change mitigation and adaptation, UN system, we have issue-based coalition on raising climate ambition, which is chaired by UNEP and ESCAP. So under this coalition, we are reviewing the implementation of NDCs and now supporting the development of NDC 3.0, so new NDC, also supporting long-term low-emission development strategies and energy transition. So many of the work identified in the IUCN strategic plan can be mutually supportive for this work of issue-based coalition on raising climate ambition. And next one is this blue economy. Now we have seen increasing regional and multilateral initiatives on blue economy. ASEAN adopted their blue economy strategy. And UN system, we have a networking group and ocean and blue economy. This is quite new, but last few years, we have been jointly working on oceans. And then, so 19th of September, this month, we are going to have a regional dialogue on ocean-based climate action. So we will adopt regional initiative on ocean-based climate action, which includes blue carbon and ocean renewables and decarbonizing shipping and ocean climate resilience. So here, you may also just Google regional ocean-based climate action dialogue, and then you could also participate in this new journey for shaping multilateral or regional cooperation on ocean and climate nexus. And so this can be your strategy. So I see great synergies for collaboration between IUCN strategy on regenerative blue economy and UN's process on this. And the food system and sustainable agriculture, UN system also operate this networking groups on food system. Here, we are not just talking about agriculture per se. We are talking about transformation of a food system from cropping to food waste disposal. So if we combine entire cycle, these emissions, GHG emissions from food system is really substantial. So how to mitigate the emissions from food system will be also critical for us to stay with a 1.5 degree pathways. So again, and also when it comes to more sustainable agriculture part, we have seen great practice from countries on conservation agriculture or forest combining this forest management and agriculture. So there is also great potential synergies between IUCN work and UN systems process. And sustainable cities. So many of the UN organizations are currently working on sustainable cities or smarter cities or resilient cities. But now, so UN system led by ESCAP, we are planning to launch NDC urban initiative. So implementing NDC at the urban level. So this is being now developed by city network like ICLA, UCLG or CityNet, and those city network and ESCAP, UN Habitat, and multiple UN entities to support local government to implement the NDC at the city municipal levels. Again, in this process, in this work, nature-based solution in urban context will be critical. So for IUCN, as a knowledge generate among the main driver of setting a guideline on nature-based solution approaches. So it would be great to collaborate with the IUCN on how to mainstreaming nature-based solutions into climate action. So under this NDC Urban Initiative. So let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you got to take the last topic mentioned. There were some big topic: ocean, blue economy, sustainable agriculture, food systems, sustainable cities. But the one thing that I heard is mainstreaming nature-based solutions, and we all know how IUCN is strongly acting in this direction. You are also collaborating with IUCN on a big nature-based solutions program. Where do you see the joint action that we could lead together to tackle those challenges?
Great, thank you very, very much. Again, I really think that, first of all, as Gretel mentioned, to start with, the IUCN strength on starting with protected areas and species work and other things are really critical to have that science base, and we build on that to work on these newer areas or critical areas that we're working on, including like ecosystem restoration, including forest restoration, agriculture land restoration and other issues, as well as nature-based solutions such as working on mangrove restoration and also coral reef restoration, so that we can really tackle both on the adaptation and mitigation of climate change. And those holistic approach really requires a concerted efforts among all partners. And when it comes to collaboration with IUCN and multilateral development banks like Asian Development Bank, I really see that there are really key issues that we can tackle on, like financial sustainability, and also working on the knowledge base and also the capacity base to be further developed together. And that's exactly what the Nature Solutions Finance Hub that I have mentioned earlier have come together to bring these initiatives to scale. We all know that there is close to $700 billion gap on biodiversity initiatives around the world, and we need to fill in the gap to scale these initiatives so that we can protect and also sustainably use the resources that we heavily rely on. And in order to do that, what is critical is that we really need to bring in that critical interest and also the critical capacity from both public and private sectors. So first of all, we figure that in order to do this, we need to create a compelling business cases and investable projects that is based on a proven science and technology. And so for that reason, it's really important that we have a clear baseline and also ways to monitor the progress moving forward. And another one is really not only piloting these initiatives, but find those good practices and scale up those science and technologies in relevant countries and adapt to those situations. And also, what I also wanted to emphasize here is, as Kirisak also mentioned, the strength of IUCN of bringing key stakeholders, not only the government, particularly the civil society organization, indigenous peoples, women's group, and youth, are really important to work on these issues of sort of nexus between climate and nature, and bring in that traditional knowledge as well as innovative sort of technologies like digital transition, digital solution to these areas. And finally, I think for the private sector as well as different stakeholders to come in, we really have to work on reforming the policies and regulations, and really including the establishment of norms of specification of nature-based solution, and sort of bring in that capital market that is required to work in scale, and to create some incentives and some further financial flows including such sort of innovative financing such as green and blue bonds, payment for ecosystem services, debt for nature swap. And Asian Development Bank is actually leading those initiatives, particularly on the green and blue bonds. And now we're working on the biodiversity and nature bonds as well, and issue those so that the private sector capital flow can come in to really support the scaled up version of the nature-based initiative on the ground. And for that matter, IUCN plays a key role as a technical expertise and technical partner in bringing in that rich knowledge and also tools that has been used in many different places and tested. And the Multilateral Development Bank can build on in developing our own sort of methodology in showing impact, as well as how we track and what we can critically invest on, so that we can learn from each other. And I think there are really, this platform is a critical way to bring in not only IUCN, but other partners like TNC and WWF and many others, as well as critical funders like OPEC Fund and the French development agencies and many others to come together so that we are not working in isolation from each other. And I think that convening power that IUCN have, and sort of the financial mechanism and tools that we ADB can provide, we can really make a dent on the work in Asia and Pacific, and we work together to really make a difference towards the next 20 decades. And finally, at the same time, I also want to take, we need to also celebrate on the successes that we have achieved, like tiger conservation in this region, increasing the population, or protected area management. The scale is not really still in the track, but we have developed over thousands of protected area over the past decade. And I think we should take a moment to celebrate those and take sort of the momentum to make it to scale for the next decade to come. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yoko. So you mentioned the role of the private sector as key for scaling up solutions and bringing it to the next level, as well as the power of convening of IUCN. So we were very happy to have you here, Pras. Where do you see potential collaborations to tackle those challenges?
Yeah, thank you very much. Again, of course, just as a single entity, but the maybe 4 ideas that I can talk about, which we are actually already doing with Dindo-san and the team over here. We have a strong kind of communication. The first is, I think what can help is to kind of create a big tent. I think IUCN has the ability to be much more open and inclusive and allow people to step in based on practicality and realism rather than just focused on maybe forcing a particular way. So I always believe that IUCN has a very collaborative approach, very open approach, and this is something that's absolutely crucial for companies maybe to feel that they can be welcomed into trying to work on their efforts rather than be shamed or pushed away. So I think this is very important. I think many companies, as I mentioned earlier, want to do the right thing. They may not know how. So it's very important to kind of create that big tent to bring people in. The second is simple communication based on objectives. So just to give you an example, when we speak about carbon neutrality, very often carbon neutrality is always already kind of focused on a particular technology. So sometimes we try to say 20 years, for example, if we talk about the 20-year vision, it's difficult for us to say that a single technology is the right way. Different countries, different circumstances, we have to have different solutions that work. So it's important that we try to communicate focused on the objectives. What is the objective that we're really trying to achieve? And how do we get everyone to also understand what that objective is, why does it meet their own needs, and make sure that everyone is kind of focused on that end goal rather than the pathway to get to that goal. I think it's important. The end goal is absolutely crucial. The third area is how do we encourage innovation? So just to give you an example, again, maybe from our industry in terms of mobility, there's a huge amount of waste in Asia, when it comes to the waste. How can we try to integrate this waste as a waste-to-energy scheme? People need energy security. There is a possibility of kind of encouraging far more waste-to-energy, which can support some of the, for example, mobility solutions. Or the other way around. For example, one of the projects that Toyota does is we support utilizing our Toyota production system to improve the productivity of rural kind of plantations for coffee. We have an example over here. But though people may seem that this is something that has no connection, what would the Toyota production system have to do with coffee plantation? But we are actually able to improve the productivity of the land, and thereby, instead of kind of, further enhancing the land use, we can actually enhance the land use. So maybe companies have a lot of innovation and ideas that they probably need the way of kind of showing where is the possible projects that they can contribute in, and they can bring in their knowledge to support that as well. Another thing, just in terms of innovation and technology, I feel is data. Data, of course, on one side, it does utilize a lot of energy, but it has the power to unlock a huge amount of efficiency in terms of kind of consumption, usage. Again, just taking mobility as an example, by utilizing data, we can significantly improve the efficiency of mobility, rather try to get more people to utilize single vehicles or try to reduce the distance traveled by utilizing data. So how do we actually utilize these kind of technologies as well is something that we should encourage. And finally is knowledge management. I think there's a significant amount that can be done in terms of mutual knowledge management, kind of encouraging the next generation, as well as encouraging other companies or other public or private sectors to be able to learn from others. So these are some areas that we can continue to collaborate. And I think a lot of private companies probably would like to collaborate, or they may have employees that want to do this a certain time of their work week. So we need to maybe encourage these kind of schemes to be developed and encourage them to utilize this. The final point I do want to mention, and this may be slightly controversial, but recently sometimes there are so many priorities that seem to come out that maybe a lot of companies don't know what they have to really focus on and prioritize. So how do we start looking, just to give you an example, we have so many reporting requirements for multiple activities across every country, and these reporting requirements are not aligned or not focused. So if we're able to simplify some of these kind of details, you could probably get a lot more companies to kind of focus on key priorities that may make sense for them, as well as all of the public sector as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Kitisak Pras mentioned knowledge management, and we know that local communities and indigenous people are a source of local and traditional knowledge. Do you see the collaboration there, or where do you believe we should tackle things together?
Okay, thank you very much. I think that the issue for collaboration, yes, of course, I think that the issues on indigenous knowledge on natural resource management, I think this one, yeah, definitely. I think most of the indigenous community, they have this rich knowledge because they have been there using and practicing and passed down from generation to generations. So I think that, no doubt, they have this kind of knowledge that also can be shared with the IUCN partners or members that are interested in exchanging or learning on these areas. And not just the knowledge of indigenous people on the natural resource and biodiversity management. And I think that another collaboration effort should be established. I think that a space for collaborations. I think that for indigenous people, I think that they don't have enough capacity, and there are also no mechanism where they can effectively engage and collaborate with the existing mechanism of the IUCN. I think this one, I think that if we want to make it like simpler, for example, like even the membership of the IUCN, many indigenous organizations cannot afford to apply, even pay for the membership fee. Even just a small amount, but we could not afford. That's why up to now, still not many members of the indigenous organization being a member of the IUCN. And the last point I just like to mention here is the capacity for engagement. I think that we do need capacity development in terms of how we're going to use this kind of new knowledge that we can collaborate with the IUCN partners, so that we can also bring our issues and exchange with the others. And then we can also integrate the indigenous knowledge on natural resource and biodiversity management into the conservation. I think that kind of point I'd like to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Plenty of potential areas for collaboration, Dindo. I took a lot of notes. I hope you did too. So now I would like to open the floor to questions. I understand that we have some fixed mic that are in the room. So can you tell me where the mics are? Okay, so if you want to ask a question, please go to one of the mics. And as we wait for the first question, I understand Mr. Adam Ross from the U.S. Embassy in Bangkok is in the room. You've been a highly strategic partner for IUCN Asia for a very long time. So can I ask you your views on the challenges that you see that should be a priority for IUCN?
So the U.S. takes precedence over ordinary members, huh?
Sorry, it was just while people were getting to the mic. I'm sorry.
Because I got to the mic first. Thank you very much. Thank you for your consideration. By way of introduction, my name is Javed Jabbar from Pakistan, and I speak from two capacities. One, by some mistake, I've served as Vice President of IUCN for only 8 years. Second, I am also from the noblest sector of them all, political, where angels reside. I've served in the Parliament of Pakistan. While I compliment all four speakers for their very insightful, thought-provoking observations and your questions which were so concise, I have two observations which may lead to questions. One, while I greatly admire and love IUCN for its unique convening capacity, I believe that there are two paradoxes to this capacity to convene. Number one, geopolitical limitations and contradictions, and second, internal political reality. First, the geopolitical. Even though we bring states and NGOs and differing perspectives together, in Asia today, we have a situation where the geopolitical relationship between immediate neighbors, whether it be South Asia, East Asia, the South China Sea, neutralizes and slows down meaningful collaboration between states. Now, that doesn't mean we bring foreign ministers into IUCN, but I believe that the concept of states participating in IUCN is a very limited one, because the environmental dimension of cabinets and governments is still low priority. Which leads me to the second observation, which is to do with the prioritization of finance and economic affairs in policy making. and making possible the excellent suggestions made. While finance and economic ministers deal with the Asian Development Bank, they are rarely or ever invited to IUCN forums, and don't expect them to volunteer to attend and learn and listen. And we need to find a way, just as we have managed to get this very insightful gentleman from Toyota who has made some excellent suggestions. We need to find a way to motivate people in charge of finance and economic policy that drive destructive growth and consumption at all cost, regardless of their environmental effect, into this marvelous forum called IUCN. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Ross, and then another, oh, there is a mic.
So you want me to? Thank you very much. I'll just make a couple comments. Thank you, Javid, for those observations, and I think they're quite valuable, quite pointed. I think make some excellent observations about the challenges of the distractions from top-down policymaking. I think conversely, the comments made by Toyota point to the value of broadening the base of engagement, sharing the message, democratizing the message, making it accessible, and empowering that kind of grassroots engagement, which has the potential to be perhaps even more transformative in the long run. For the USG, my name is Adam Ross. I'm the director of our regional hub for environmental engagement, and I sit in a position to see across a wide range of engagements, and given the scope of our development work, we're really touching on pretty much every theme I see across this room. It's hard to pick any one that is more valuable than the other, perhaps other than climate mitigation work. And we're very engaged in that space in the clean energy transition. More regionally, we have a lot of programming in forestry conservation, nature-based solutions in that space, and counter wildlife trafficking, all incredibly valuable. But I think at the end of the day, what's valuable about ICN is the membership, the grassroots understanding of the circumstances on the ground, and ultimately the successes are driven by, I think again it was one of the panelists said, scaling up the outreach, broadening the base, bringing more people into the tent, and empowering them with the tools, because the challenges look different wherever we are around the region. It's a very diverse region, but they're all incredibly critical to solving the complex challenges of environmental change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we activate the mic, please?
Hello, yes. Thank you very much. My question is, will I be alive after 20 years? This is the vision we are talking about. How many of us are going to be alive? Now, first of all, I thank for the document. It is very thought-provoking indeed. And we take your challenges, Gretel, and IUCN writers who worked on this 20-year-old vision. And again, I want to also thank Thailand for the facilities, for your hospitality, Dindo for your excellent RCF, bringing knowledge into entertainment, and also the brilliant panelists. I want to answer Gretel's challenges thrown at us. We want to reply in the words of Dr. Yunus, the Nobel laureate for peace, from Bangladesh, who is now heading an interim government of people's power, people's and students' power. And now we can speak freely. I'm not afraid now that I have to go to jail by speaking out. So it's wonderful. And I want to therefore repeat that we want zero poverty, we want zero unemployment, and we want zero carbon emission. And that rounds up, our countries, congested, poor countries in Asia, as well as emerging economies in Asia. Now, what we can do is, again, yes, we give mandate to innovation, reduction of pollution, and emerging entrepreneurship, for small businesses and crafts. There is no profit in this, but the state plays a big role, and I think IUCN can encourage that by bringing in small entrepreneurs and by bringing those who are still in marginalized societies like indigenous people, like women, and I see children selling vegetables. That's to me not a proper livelihood. They should go to school. We should bring back the students into the school system, give them free food. All they need is free tiffin. For one meal, they will go to school. And I know that this is true of many Asian countries, particularly in India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. So we want that, how to bring that about by encouraging voice of people, by voice of the poor people, the marginalized people, voice of women, voice of indigenous people. So where is that voice in my vision here? I would like to give mandate or ask for mandate to work on these areas. And also the nature-based solution that is already being done by the common people, by the Asian people who are working in the fields, in the rice fields, in the gardens, but they're being kicked out for greater profit. So people are already struggling adaptation, and these are not new things, but only we have borrowed it from them and brought it into the science of adaptation and mitigation. And I would like to say that the climate justice, well, this is again something, we need a mandate. We need to know how climate justice is going to be implemented by bringing in women, by bringing in those marginalized people, and that is where I think the challenges are. And it's exceptionally good environment to bring these out. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So I see that we got to the end of our session, but as we are already 3 people, can I ask you to make very brief statement, maximum 1 minute?
Okay, thank you very much
Thank
indeed.
you.
Let me just try to assemble my question in a shortest period of time. My name is Ziaur Rahman, and I'm representing Awaz Center for Development Services. I come from Pakistan. I understand the mandate and the dynamics of IUCN, and I also like to appreciate the conversation around reimagining future conservation, and also, what we have been discussing, the future strategies, long-range strategic vision of IUCN through this RCF. I believe that the long-range strategic vision of IUCN would be aligned with other global frameworks like SDGs, but we have heard from the UN Secretary General that SDGs are failing, and only 17% of the indicators are on track and possibly be achieved by 2030.
Can you please ask your question?
I'm asking the same, I'm asking the question actually. So in failing these SDGs, SDG 11, which is about sustainable communities and cities, SDG 14, life below water, SDG 15, life on land, they are contributing too much. Climate rights activists have been asking for and calling for...
I'm sorry, but this is not a question.
No, I'm asking the question. Yeah. So climate rights activists have been calling for climate debt. And they are suggesting that we cannot achieve better life, better environment, better conservation until the global north pays back $5 trillion per annum to conserve the nature. How IUCN has been integrating their policies and strategies with those rights activists' call, and how we can actually integrating our agendas with other global agendas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think we'll take the three.
Thank you. My name is Krishna Shah. I'm from host IUCN Nepal, IUCN member. I also run the UN Global Compact, a local network in Nepal. My question is towards Mr. Ganesh from Toyota. I love the private sector integration into the biodiversity platform. And when you said, Mr. Ganesh, that I wish there was only one reporting standard or platform that we could adhere to for more collaboration, I thought, do you work with the Global Compact already? I looked online and I don't know if you do, but that's my question. And since I have only 25 seconds left, I would say, please do work with the Global Compact. I believe nature-based solutions, the Greens, the Reds, they're all in for collaboration at this time for Agenda 2030. I have 10 seconds left. Come to the Nepal side event tomorrow as well. I'm going to talk about private sector collaboration. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mutana from India. My first submission is for ADB. For last many years, we have been working on a regional cooperation of 11 countries of the Himalayas and Mekong Basin to mitigate climate change in this region, which accounts for 20% of the world's population. In 2018, IUCN, ARO, and Asian Institute of Technology have signed an MOU on the HIMEC Alliance paper. It's called the HIMEC Alliance. So I request ADB to consider this proposal and support it to the extent possible. My second submission is to Mr. Ganesh from Toyota. Mr. Ganesh, very good to hear about your interest in sustainability and environment, and also coffee plantation. I come from the largest coffee planting district in India, that is Kodagu, that is separate. The second is about vehicles. I have a colleague in Mysore, South India, who's got a very simple innovation by which emissions are almost totally cut down, including black carbon, and fuel efficiency is highly increased. I'll share the details with you subsequently, and I request your cooperation in taking this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I see we are already very, very late, and I'm asked to terminate the session. I would like to thank our panelists and for all their interventions. I'm sure they will be able to answer your questions after the panel. And the next step, Dindo, should we announce something? Rakib?
So we'll break for lunch, and there are ushers outside, also hotel staff, who will guide you to the 3 restaurants where we're going to go. We're going to have lunch, where there is also a special lunch for the state members and dignitaries to meet our DG. So that will be happening separately. So if we are we done with our, do you want to have a round of answers? Or it would be best, most of the issues that we are discussing here, we will be discussing in the next session. So we'll take the questions, and I hope our panelists and other panelists who will be part of the next session, they will come back and answer those questions. We are breaking here for lunch. May I ask Dr. Dindo to accompany DG and other dignitaries to the designated lunchroom? There will be ushers. For all other participants, we also have ushers to show you the 3 restaurants where we're going to have a lunch. Thank you very much.